There we go. Little technical hiccup there. But we are back for session 21 here of our Mummy the Curse 2nd edition chronicle, Oceans of Eternity. And this being our very special finale of our first season here. And to get you caught up to where we are, or rather a recap of where we've been, we'll rewind things back here and touch base on what happened on the last session of Oceans of Eternity, where our mummies, Tomos, Seshet, and Nesret, were wrapping up loose ends in the city of Constantinople before closing in on the mystic vessel known as the Ashen Reliquary. Nesret had just completed a task from his judge, bringing justice, shall we say, to a heretical pagan graffiti artist who had been masquerading as an upstanding Christian citizen of the Empire. Nesret settled on a sentence for the crime, and in this case used his utterance, the power of Ray, to burn the man to death. And with the artist's passing, Nesret felt the weight of his judge's ire lift, much like the wisps of acrid smoke wafting off of the charred corpse. However, the ever-curious Minervina came to check on Nesret, having heard the artist's screams before fire and smoke smothered his lungs. She spied Nesret standing above the charred corpse, and she began to rethink her relationship to Nesret. She claimed the artist and Themius did not deserve such a fate. Nesret explained to her that the artist's deception of faith had drawn his judge's wrath, and it demanded punishment. Minervina reminded Nesret that she too was a secret pagan, and argued that such deception is necessary in a world where pagans are stripped of life and liberties. She angrily stated that if his judge saw fit to punish a crime of survival with death, then perhaps his judge is not worthy of worship. Nesret immediately felt the fiery wrath of his judge, Nebha, who, through alien urges, demanded such impudence be punished. Caught between his judge and his touchstone, Nesret tried to appease both. While his honeyed words managed to soothe Minervina's anger, his judge would not be appeased so easily, and Nesret felt as his judge stripped his second from him as punishment. It was a swift and sudden pain, like someone ripping out a chunk of hair. And while this matter was far from settled, Minervina and Nesret elected to return to the tomb and inform the rest of the Meret that they had found the location of the Ashen Reliquary. Meanwhile, Seshet reeled from a sudden deluge of memories. She had come to the residence of a patrician named Romanus, a chair of the Imperial College of Law, and likely the current owner of the Disc of a 10, a relic of her guild that Seshet had been single-mindedly seeking in her attempt to craft a talisman, a mystical tool that might help her regain some of her memories. In the course of their conversation, Seshet learned that Romanus was also a cultist, of the Conquering Quill, a member of White Jackal's Meret, and that Romanus and his master were responsible for her exile from the Imperial College in her last descent. She also learned that the disc truly belonged to the Conquering Quill. Sachet knew that the Conquering Quill was absent at the moment, off searching for knowledge buried beneath the hills of ancient Greece. Sachet could feel the proximity of the Disc of Atan, its Sekhem like a warm, shining beacon calling out to her. Romanus would be powerless to stop her without his master, and all she had to do was simply take it. A fitting revenge for crimes against her and another descent. And yet Sachet also considered that her cult's doctrine bade her to respect the laws of mortals, and also that desecrating the tomb of a fellow deathless to plunder its relic would likely provoke reprisal, whether by another Arisen or perhaps by the judges themselves. In the end, Sachet stayed her hand and bid Romanus to arrange an audience with the Conquering Quill when he returned. Sachet, too, returned, empty-handed, back to the tomb.
For now. In mine. One day. Not today.
Not today. And
apparently there's something about apocalypse coming or whatever.
Something of that sort. But the Meret gathered back at the tomb, and Nesret shared that Minervina's prophetic visions led him to believe the Ashen Reliquary could be found on the volcanic island of Thera. Together, they set a plan into action to claim the relic before the Shuang-Sen, the Crocodile Queen, could. Tomos would call upon his new cultist, Captain Bacchus, to rally his crew and set sail post-haste, while Sachet and her cult would secure the funds necessary to supply the expedition. Before heading out, the Meret drew upon the lifeweb of their tomb once more, despite the ghostly apparitions that had appeared previously. No great manifestation occurred this time, but each heard a voice whispering a single word in their ear: murderer. And on that ominous note, the Meret left Constantinople, along with some companions, the prophetic Minervina, the saintly Father John, and the curious cat Mao, setting sail, yes, to the island of Thera in the Aegean Sea. As the days passed on the ocean, Sachet and Tomos felt their Sekhem slipping away, a grim reminder that their own immortality is not without limitations. Minervina, too, found the passage uncomfortable as her nightmares seemed to grow in frequency and intensity as they neared the island. On the Isle of Thera, the Meret split up in their search for the Ashen Reliquary. Tomos used his utterance, Shadows of Time, to scry the docks, and found that the Crocodile Queen, the masked man Feridun, and others from the Shuang-Sen cult had already arrived on the island. Tomos snuck on board the cult's ship and discovered traces of the same flammable pitch that the cult had used against the Meret before. Tomos then set out to find Sachet, who had elected to chat up the island locals to find clues regarding the reliquary's location here. She learned that ancient peoples had once settled the island, but their civilization had collapsed in the wake of the volcanoes erupting more than millennia ago, and that traces of that ancient city could be found buried beneath layers of ash and pumice on the island's western hills. Tomos managed to find Seshet, and the two shared what they had learned before they could set out on their hike. However, Mao the cat came bounding after them, followed by an exasperated Father John. Seshet reluctantly let the pair accompany them on their search. Nesret, however, upon disembarking, had immediately set into motion his plan, using Minervina and her prophetic abilities, using the worsening symptoms and visions that she was experiencing as a primitive, mystical radar of sorts to locate the ruins before the rest of the Moret, the two setting off in search by themselves. There, on the western hills of Thera, they stood amidst ancient, weathered stones, and Minervina fell to her feet with blood running down her nose. Nesret, on the other hand, caught the scent of the ashen reliquary through his kefir, and following it, found a crack in the rock face that led into a small cavern that terminated in an ancient stone archway. The air here was thin, hot, and slightly dry, with patches of red sand sitting at its base. The experience reminding him of the realm of Neterkertet, and upon touching the archway's surface, it began to glow with Aramite hieroglyphs that spoke of the soul's journey towards Duat upon death. Drawing upon his knowledge of the occult, Nesret realized that this was a gateway into the realm of Neterkertet, and that death would be the key he needed to open it. A grim thought entered Nesret's head as his attention was drawn back towards Minervina, still waiting outside the cave, her mind and body racked from her efforts to help Nesret locate the reliquary. And on that note, we'll pick up right from there as Nesret, you stand before this impossibly old archway, this gateway into another realm, and knowing what is needed to open this mystic gate. What do you do? How do you respond?
I guess I gotta go get Minervina.
All right. Do you try and call for her to come into the cave, or do you venture back out to fetch her?
I'd probably just go fetch her because she wasn't doing well, right?
Yes.
I remember right. Yeah, I'm gonna go fetch her.
Yes. So you leave the confines of this cramped little passageway in the rock, and once again sort of squeeze out through this slit in the rocky hills, and once again emerge into the light, and your eyes again sort of scan the hills of the island of Thera here, and the ocean kind of glittering beyond. But in front of you lies Minervina, who has sort of braced herself on one of these ancient tombstones in this long, eroded graveyard. Its name's weathered beyond any recognition. She seems like she's composed herself slightly. You see that she's kind of made an effort to sort of wipe the blood off of her, though it now forms a sort of dark red stain on the hem of her tunic. And how do you greet her, or what do you do? How do you go about this, or what do you intend to do?
I request her that I need her to help me. Need her to come help me.
And Minervina kind of looks up at you, still bracing herself on the tombstone here. And she takes a big breath and attempts to lift herself, bracing on this little rocky outcropping. And she stumbles kind of halfway, but manages to right herself. And she just kind of weakly says, "Just give me a minute." And you see she takes a few tumbling steps towards you. Do you make...
I'll help her.
Yeah. So you kind of catch her as she stumbles and give her a brace to firm herself against, and she weakly thanks you, and she apologizes, saying, "Sorry, I'm a little lightheaded, little nauseous. I'm sure it'll pass. Just let's get this over with."
I'll help her inside.
And you help her. It takes her some time to squeeze through the passageway here, through the rock, and into the darkness of this small seaside cave. And she too struggles in the dark, bracing herself on you and on the cavern walls, until at last leads to its terminus here at this ancient gateway. And she looks at this stone archway and sees that the way ahead is blocked. There's a rock wall before you, and she kind of turns back towards you, and she's like, "Is this can't be it? How am I to help you? I'm not in any condition to dig at the moment."
What did the relic say? What did the phrasing say?
So, again, you recall the Adramite hieroglyphs that had sort of dimly lit upon the archway as your fingers traced across it. And it was a passage from, well, not the Book of the Dead, as the Egyptians know it, but of the funerary rites of your kingdom, your empire, the nameless empire of Arem, of the Pillars. And a passage, detailing the soul's journey upon the moment of death, and that the gateway would open for the deceased. And
I guess I'll let her know that.
One of us has to die here.
So you inform her of what this is, this sort of passage into the underworld here, and that the gate would open for the soul of the deceased. And Minervina, she's still a bit confused, still a bit delirious, and she kind of looks at you a bit strangely, not getting it. And she kind of looks at you and she's like, I don't know what you want from me. I'm not in any condition to try more sorcery. I can try.
I will tell her. I made a promise to you that I'll make sure this relic doesn't leave the island. But I can't do that if I'm the one who dies here.
And Minervina looks at you, and you see, even through the delirium of her state, the gears begin to turn here, and she looks at you and she says, so we just need to get a sacrifice then. And she looks at you, her eyes kind of staring into you almost, as she kind of stammers out, so we just need a sacrifice from the island. I mean, okay. I'm not thrilled about the idea of human sacrifice, but that's what we need. I'm sure you can find someone, right?
You're not talking about killing me, right? Your favorite and only cultist, right? All the stuff I've sacrificed for you, right?
I literally bled for you.
Supper's nightmare visions for you.
I'll try to figure out how I want to tell her this. I'll inform her that my immortality isn't what do you call it? Isn't a guarantee. It's it's more of a curse than a privilege.
Look on the bright side. You get to die. Man.
There.
Words. Can I try to make an expression roll and then explain?
There's
kind of what I'm trying to get at.
There's not a whole lot to life. You live, you die.
If you want, you're more than welcome to steal these words. But there's a quote in the Mummy book that I particularly enjoy, and it goes, "Death is inevitable. Do you want to know a secret? Being immortal doesn't mean not dying. It means perishing again and again. You should be grateful. The inevitable has come at last, and you only have to endure it once."
That's a good one. I like it.
I mostly like it.
Probably not so heavy-handed.
That last part a little bit. Make it a little less harsh.
Less bitter of a pill to swallow.
Yeah.
I don't know how much softer can you make this?
Well, because that phrase is like, oh, I'm killing you right now, and you should be happy that I'm killing you right now. But I guess a softer way to approach it would be more like, I guess I'm offering an opportunity to make it swift. I guess in a comforting, I'd like to let her know that she's not the only one that will die today. And by that I mean I'm not leaving this island either.
And
like that's how I would try to convey that.
All right.
Sure, that's comforting.
Yeah. It does little to comfort Minervina, who no longer relies on you as a brace. She kind of stumbles backwards, her back striking the wall of the cave, and she kind of slumps down, her arms kind of feebly reaching out in the dark, trying to find some measure of purchase in her desperation, feebly reaching out for anything. And she turns her gaze away from you and kind of weakly stammers out, you can't be serious after everything I've done for you."
Well, I've sacrificed. You can't be doing this to me. Imagining that Green Goblin scene in Spider-Man 1.
Do you know who I am?
With his founder, top 10 anime betrayals.
Well, I'm gonna be her number one. I'll let her know she's not making this any easier on me.
Think about me, alright? Think how I'm making this on me.
What was doing to me?
Wait, that's not how I necessarily mean that, but I guess I can see how it might appear that way.
I have to live with the memory of your death. You only have to die.
And
I'll let her know we all have sacrifices to make today.
and
I guess because I talked to her earlier about maybe I want to draw on because I talked about earlier about like standing up, making a difference with what you have.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess try to like pitch it as this is her opportunity.
Minervina does not take kindly to this. Her hands finally find something in the dark. She grasps a rock, clinging to it tightly, bringing it towards her chest. And she tries to right herself, tries to get up and flee, and she collapses again. And as she kind of leans over on the ground, she coughs again, a little speckle or spatch of blood flicking out on the stone. And Minervina looks at you, and she... Actually, give me a wits and empathy roll. A
singular success.
A singular success. Minervina here has suffered much in her life. Both her upbringing and the visions that she's struggled with. And especially now, the trials and tribulations that she's been put through. And the fear in her eyes has been replaced with something else. It's anger. A deep-seated anger boiling to the surface. But anger is a secondary emotion. It is a response to the stimuli that we feel. It is not the source. And with your empathy here, there is a pain, a deep and wounding pain that brings to mind a recent memory of yours. Of as you look into Minervina's eyes, you hear once again in your memory the voices of those wretched ghosts in your tomb. And one of the words they had spoken, betrayed, and then to the words of that blasphemous fiend, that scarab-headed demon that mocked you as the ritual had concluded. That there must always be one who holds the knowledge of betrayal, one who has been betrayed and will betray in turn. A vicious cycle. And it's that pain of betrayal that bubbles into anger in Minervina. This pain of betrayal after all the things that you've done together, the experiences that you've shared, and with that little bit of empathy, for her to hurt this way, it gives you the impression that she'd cared for you.
Oh.
Perhaps more than you realized. But she's in no condition to resist you. She's at your mercy. What do you do, Nesret?
Well, I said I'd try to make it painless. Oh.
Curious, Trevor, where are we at the moment?
You guys are making your way across the island here, hiking to the other side. Yeah, having your lovely.
It's a lovely day outside.
Yeah.
And the birds and the bees are buzzing and chirping.
Yeah, the two of you have got this beautiful sight as you hike across the island of Thera. You know, you're walking through the rocky hills here, sort of staring out at the beautiful sea glistening and shining before you. Just a lovely nature hike that is, well, only...
God has truly blessed this day.
Only sullied somewhat by the unwelcome commentary of your cultist, Father John.
Are we there yet?
I've never actually made her a part of my cult yet, right? Technically speaking.
Technically, no.
Oh, formal, right?
Yeah, you had trained her in sorcery, and I think at one point you had indeed invested her, but I don't think you made any sort of formal declaration that she was to be a member of your cult. You might say there's some implicit suggestion there that she might be cultist and everything, but you know, on a technicality, I suppose, in every way that matters, save for name and.
I guess my point is I can use my power of Ray, right? Because technically my cultists are immune.
Yeah. If you so desire.
Well, it is probably the least painful way for me to do it. So, I'll spend a point on tier 1.
Oh.
One lethal damage a time. That's a long and agonizing death.
I mean, there's nothing else I can do that's quicker. I'm doing what I can. So
you're relying on a tried and true method of yours, falling back on old habits.
Does she have any stamina?
Stamina 2.
I'll use a point of willpower.
Whew.
So I'll have a +1. I got some final words. Hopefully this is a success. Yay!
Okay. What are your final words before your soul utters your spell?
I'll tell. I'll tell. I never wanted to do this. I didn't know this is what it would cost me. It seems like no matter what I can do, I can never make the right. I can never be the good guy.
Are you quoting Thanos?
No. I am reading the book. And I guess I'll promise. I promise you, this hurts me worse than it's gonna hurt you. And I have a really bad time here.
Oh. And with a flick the chamber here, this cave, suddenly lights into a spectacular brilliance as your wild and red, uncontrolled flames set Minervina alight. It's an uncomfortable sight. She hardly has the energy to, to scream or run or flail as one might expect when suddenly set ablaze, and instead it is a more subtle thing. She kind of rolls over onto her side, kind of weakly trying to abate the flames, only long enough for her to right herself, that she might look you in the eyes as her beautiful features begin to char and blacken and melt until all that is left is this blackened thing that barely resembles the woman you once knew, the sorceress you once trained. But as this pungent smoke fills the room, and as the embers fade on the corpse of Minervina, there's another light that replaces it, dimly emanating from the archway behind you. As you turn here, the very dust at your feet seems to vibrate with pent-up energy. A strange wind seems to pick up and curl around you, whipping up little dust devils that dance at your feet, and sparks of static electricity crackle in the air. And soon you can no longer hear the sound of the gulls outside, of the waves lapping at the island, just the sound of this wind howling about you. The passageway stands open, and you enter. And as you pass through, we're going to cut back to the rest of the Moret here. Seshet and Tomos with some company in tow. Father John, the cultist that has been with you since the beginning, essentially. The one inadvertently, by some quirk of fate, responsible for your very freedom that you now possess. And another strange companion, the cat, Mao, who is seen fit to accompany you on this little journey of yours. It's taken a liking to Seshet. And again, the two of you make your way across the Isle of Farah here through the sort of rocky landscape before you too arrive at a similar site, this little stretch on the western side, an old graveyard, just the tips of the headstones, as it were, poking out through the rock and dirt. Any names long since weathered away. And why don't the two of you give me a perception check, and this too will be invoking your kefir. So add your Sachem rating to this.
Oh boy, that is so close.
4 successes for Sasha.
Wits and
Composure plus 6.
composure. Thank you. Let's see how this goes.
Exceptional.
Exceptional. So
We're both second hounds, but your nose is just that little bit keener.
So, the two of you, as you find what's left of these ruins, what little pokes above the layers of ancient pumice, you too both catch the scent, as it were, of this relic, of the ashen reliquary. Your senses directing you towards an otherwise well-concealed, thin little crevasse leading into the rock face here of these hills. And you know the reliquary must be somewhere nearby, but it is a strange feeling this time. It at once feels so very close and yet strangely distant. But nonetheless, your senses seem to be pulling you towards this cavern.
Smoky hole in the ground.
Yeah, and more than your sense for Sachem, your more mortal senses as you approach the hole here smell something a bit peculiar. There's a heavy aroma of smoke that seems to be emanating out of this cave here. And it is not a pleasant smoke. It is not the warm nostalgia of a campfire. It is a pungent, acrid smell of something foul burning.
I'll go investigate.
And the two of you squeeze through this slim little slit in the rock here and push your way into the tight, sort of constrained passageway of the chamber here. And it doesn't take you long to find the source of the aroma. The passage terminates in a small chamber, an old sort of stone archway seems to conclude in a solid wall of the cavern. But more important than the dead end in front of you is the dead thing beneath you. There is a corpse, charred beyond recognition, and seems to undeniably be the source of the foul stench, the smell of burning flesh, a quite unpleasant experience. Though, one of the two of you give me, we'll say, investigation roll as the two of you are down here.
Yeah. Ooh, I got 3 successes.
3 successes.
Maybe you want a Nestret skill. Definitely fits his
his MO.
yeah, fire. He likes that a lot.
And
maybe like in her hand, like there was like some like pagan symbol of like one of like the Greek gods, maybe Apollo or something. I'm like,
I was just about to say, your investigation does indeed reveal something concerning. It does seem to suggest towards your theory. There doesn't appear to be a clear source of the blaze here. There's no, bits of tinder or, greasy pitch or oil.
Like this person spontaneously combusted.
Yes, it gives you the impression that this person seemingly caught a blaze of by some twist of fate. But more concerningly is a small metal amulet that's now quite tarnished with soot. But why don't you give me an academics roll and see if you can identify it here, though I'm fairly sure you will with your academics.
3 successes.
So you
I've always pictured her as an Apollo girl. What is it, Trevor?
Yeah, indeed. It appears to be a small little metal amulet representing a lyre, which by your scholarly pursuits informs you that this indeed appears to be a rather well-worn, albeit now damaged, symbol of the god Apollo.
You mean lyre as Lyre or Lair?
The musical instrument, yes, the lyre.
Yeah, okay, cool. I was a bit confused for a second, like, lyre? Like, okay, like, that really throws things off where I was thinking, yeah. There we go. Poor Minerva. How fresh does the kill look? Can I tell? With 3 successes?
Between the two of you, yes, it is exceedingly fresh, given the smoke still kind of hanging in the air. The body has stopped burning at this point. There's no like open flame here, though you still see little tiny bits, little embers that are still kind of burning away. And again, the smoke still hasn't quite settled yet in the chamber here, giving you the impression the corpse can't have been dead for too long.
Well, I've always wanted to use this power, and I guess I'll find out if this counts. But yeah, I'm gonna try to bring Minerva back with a gift of the golden ink. If I can. Does that work in this thing?
So you have a lovely little utterance here.
That's the exact wording for the Ab 5 ability there.
Yeah. Why don't we leave that up to fate here?
Ooh, I like how you go. Yeah.
Why don't you call high or low, and if you
Always high.
all right, if we get 50 or above fate smiles in your favor here.
55!
All right. Indeed, as to the best of your determination, it appears the corpse is indeed fresh enough if you so desire to expend your energy to resurrect.
Yeah, I'll go with what's going through Chasette's mind at the moment. Like, she sees this, and, like, she's able to piece together from this corpse's body language that this is not a peaceful death. Being set on fire is not a very comforting thing to happen to you, and it's in fact incredibly cruel to do to somebody. And it reminds her of her own cultists that were trapped in her tomb, and how, like, to her own knowledge, there was nothing that she could do to save them, and that if she could, she would have done something. But, and she sees an opportunity to right one wrong here today, and yeah, out of compassion for the lesser creatures that are so often caught in our conflicts as Arisen and mummies, she calls upon the sacred power of the Ankh itself. I don't know if I guess Father John's like right behind me or something watching this or whatever.
and Mao, yeah.
And yes, I reach up into like the sky, up towards the air, and above me materializes a glistening, golden Ankh, shedding light, illuminating the room in its entirety, the symbol of life itself, and the light focuses like in Raiders of the Lost Ark with the scene with Indiana Jones and that the tomb of the map room or whatever.
Yes.
I forget what it's called.
And the Well of Souls, yeah.
The Well of Souls, yeah. And the light just focuses itself on a pinpoint beam, and in a blatant act of divinity, the bones begin to unchar as the little tatters of flesh still attached to the body that haven't completely been burnt off yet begin to rapidly regrow in a in it almost kind of like strangely horrific fashion, as you know, blood and bones weren't meant to do this, as her body reconstitutes itself back to whole, and then suddenly it breathes once more.
Indeed. And for Minervina here, it does almost appear as if no time has passed for her, and she gasps for breath, that panicked, frightened, visceral reaction, almost as if she had been set ablaze mere moments ago. And as
suddenly she's fine. And, I guess like I keep the light on her.
Yeah.
Like utterly fine-ish.
Yeah.
But I keep the light on her to keep on healing her. But yeah, I'll let you keep on going. Sorry, I interrupted.
You restore Minervina to life here, though she's still quite horrifically burned in places. But it takes her a few moments to get a sense of what is transpiring as her senses adjust, and she sees the two of you and Father John.
Me holding this Ankh up in the air.
Yes, and you restoring her to life. Minervina looks at you a bit blankly, and she stammers out, am I dead? And you see she kind of begins to examine her person, her body, as she sees, these
Horrific
burns, covering her.
Yeah, the ink is still here, and it's like her burns are like slowly receding as her body is restored is slowly being restored to its, I guess, prime self. You were dead, Vena. I have brought you back. Tell me, what happened here?
And Minervina, given everything, it's a lot to take in. She grapples both with the realization that she had died and is now alive, and that you possess the power to bring someone back from the dead. It's all a lot to handle in this moment.
Oh, what brother John's doing here? He sees me full of fucking Lazarus.
He falls to his knees as you unleash this light and restore life to Minervina, reverently worshipping at your feet, and his sort of like muttered prayers kind of form the background noise to this conversation here, almost considering himself not worthy to bask in the light in your presence after displaying a literal miracle to him in this moment. But you ask as to what happened, and incredulously, Minervina kind of looks at you and looks towards the archway carved into the wall at the end of the chamber. And she says, Nesret, he killed me. And she kind of sits there in stunned silence as she again grapples with the gravity of that moment.
Yeah, she said just slowly, like almost kind of, I guess, like a bit saintly, just like nods like her head, and yes, I can see that this is not something you wanted.
No. The archway there, he claimed it was a passage of some kind to another world, I suppose, a realm of the dead. But he claimed that to open the passageway would require a death. And she kind of looks down and says, and he chose me. And give me an empathy roll. What's an empathy?
What's empathy? You got it. 4 successes, so close.
4 successes. You get a pretty good read on Minervina here, and although she was awestruck before and was having difficulty adjusting, you can see what's brewing underneath the surface here, and Tamos as well, to a lesser degree. But Minervina's always been a bit of an odd one. A bit strange. Her obsession, shall we say, with following Nesret around and involving herself in the morbid business of your cult and the strange, timeless lives that you live. But there's no more curiosity here, no more wonder. It's been replaced with pain and with anger. And you too sense that deep-seated pain and anger of betrayal brewing beneath the surface of Minervina. And it's no mere, shall we say, directionless emotion for a woman recently returned to life. She seems rather intent on using it.
Not many people get a second chance.
Yes. And perhaps foolishly using it to find some measure of revenge against Nesret here. Yeah.
So Set's gonna offer out a hand to Mavina to pull her up from the dirt.
And indeed, she hesitates for a moment, knowing that you are like
I'm much more likable, though.
Yes. But it's a moment of hesitation as she elects to trust you, given that you've seen fit to bring her back to life. She takes your hand and steadies herself, and
I just want to interrupt. When she takes my hand, I use one of my affinities, Lion's Pride. I wanted to use this one forever.
Ah, yeah.
I'm gonna steal her emotions. I want to feel what she's feeling.
Ah.
Yes, I can absorb as a Keru. Passion and emotions are my thing. I can get very passionate and emotionate, and so much so that I can take them from others quite innately. I can spend a pillar point and make a resolve plus empathy roll. If successful, I take an emotion-based condition from the affected character, and the character loses the condition without resolving it.
Oh, wonderful. Why don't you give me that resolve and empathy roll?
Yeah, resolve and empathy. This won't be too hard. Exceptional.
Ah, wonderful. So you decide to pilfer,
yeah. As she gets up and she just, I don't know, how does that have happened to somebody? This all-consuming need for revenge, and then suddenly I don't need this anymore.
Yes.
Let me take on that burden for you, Minerva. You have suffered enough.
And indeed.
I see what's in your heart.
You pull that emotion out of her, and relieve her of her burdens. And it's such a strange thing, especially for Tamos watching this unfold, as the emotional intensity of this moment of Minervina here, just as she takes Seshet's hand, just in a moment, just fades away into this almost blank expression, as Minervina like balances herself, braces herself on Sesha, and eventually manages to stand on her own power, as the healing energies of your Ankh wash over you. And you become the vessel for all of this, of someone who has been sacrificed and brought back to life, this huge, heady mix of emotions and death and rebirth, and it is a horrifying experience as you take it into your self. And you absorb the madness condition.
I was gonna suggest inspired, but that also works great.
As that lovely horrific death and rebirth, especially considering all the nightmares and visions that she's been experiencing up to this point. All of this finally broke her into a sort of a driven madness. And now it's part of you. Yeah. This mix of pain and anger and betrayal and a need to hurt, to make Nesret feel the same pain that you now feel, mixed with this horrifying glimpses of, well, death. And her brief jaunt into the underworld, only to be so suddenly ripped back.
I would like to say that I would gain a point of willpower for my balance here. Noble, taking this person's burden here, this madness, this suffering that they've so long suffered under, to take it upon myself.
Yeah, I definitely think that's worthy of a point of willpower.
Yeah. No human should have to go through what she went through. Yeah, I don't know how. Gotta figure out. Yes. There's like a new kind of intensity, I guess, behind Set's eyes. It's transfer of emotion. And Set looks at Minerva. You should leave. This place, I do not think, is for you.
Yes. Yes. I suppose. And a very confused and strangely calm Minervina kind of walks past you, walks past Thomas and Father John, and she kind of takes one glance back towards the lot of you and kind of shakes her head a bit before disappearing through the mouth of the cave and leaves a lot of you to your own devices. And and yes, now you get all this lovely stuff bubbling underneath this madness born of betrayal and no. Let's make this a little interesting as well. That same madness that she experiences or had experienced is bleeding into you as well. And as she leaves and the madness settles into you, you start to see snippets of what she had seen, flashes, images of the ashen reliquary, this vessel, and it's almost kind of like rapid fire, just these images of death and destruction, all sort of repeating back to the image of the reliquary. But you are perhaps made of slightly sterner stuff than
I survived the trials of Duat. I see
Yeah.
I see this kind of stuff all the time whenever I go into a death cycle.
Yeah, and the visions kind of fade as quickly as they had arrived.
Yeah. I look at the gate, and I turn to Thomas. She said something about a soul needing to shed its mortal coil to pass. And I kind of look towards John. John, I would never ask anything from somebody that they would not give willingly. And I look back at the ark, and I look back at John. Yeah. How does he react?
Why don't you give me a persuasion roll?
Hey, can you kill yourself real quick for me?
That's an awfully big ask. Let's see how convincing you can be.
Thing
Let's
is,
see how fanatic he is.
yeah,
And-
I'm kind of curious how fanatic he is.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and give you your striking looks bonus for this as well, because he is certainly in awe of you at this moment.
Yeah, pretty lady. Though I do want to point out there's another alternative here to just killing John, in that my good friend Tomos here has a lovely affinity opening the way that could prevent such a needless murder.
However, you aren't cognizant of that ability.
I know. I just want to remind Charlie of that. That is an option.
He hasn't demonstrated that ability yet, and it's at this moment.
Yeah, I'm about to suggest hey, you want to kill yourself for me? Just want to put that in Charlie's mind.
Yeah.
And now you're seeing this. This could be a convenient excuse for you to, won't someone rid me of this meddlesome priest, and he might rid you of himself. Do you speak up, or do you say nothing? This man who's been more or less squatting in your manor. I mean, admittedly, he did free the lot of you, albeit inadvertently. He's technically responsible for your escape. But do you consider him enough of a liability or annoyance that you would rather see him dealt with?
No, he hasn't done anything worthy of death. So Thomas will lean over to Shashet and say, "There is another way we can pass through without having to do a sacrifice of our own."
I would very much like to avoid any further bloodshed today.
I can certainly do that.
Except for one person in particular. Never mind. Yes. What do you have in mind, Thomas?
I happen to have a power that allows me to open such portals. Observe. And with that, I'll step forward and use my affinity opener of the way. I will expend a willpower point to open this gate.
Indeed.
I'm just gonna roll my persuasion check anyway to see if he would have gone through with it.
See if he would have done it.
Only 3 successes.
It might have worked. Yeah, I'll roll for his contested. We'll see. Oh, it would have been a close call. It would have been a close call.
Doubt he could win the roll off.
Yeah, I doubt he could. Yeah, win the tie on the reroll. But regardless,
not that it matters now. Yeah.
Yeah, not that it matters now. As Tomos here calls upon his affinity to open the way here, and picks the mystical lock, to use a certain expression, and opens the gateway. And as this happens, you too experience something similar. The dust at your feet seems to vibrate with this pent-up energy, the wind sort of curling around you, the sand scattered on the floor kind of whipping up into these little dust devils. You can feel sort of the static electricity crackling in the air. And with that, the gateway opens, this sort of sheen of pale white light emanating from these ancient stones.
This is the Dark Souls boss room. Xavier's been fighting the final boss without us this entire time. He needs our help.
Yeah.
I'll go to point it down.
All right. Well, we'll find out what's behind door number 2 here in just a few moments, as we're going to take a quick little break here at this cliffhanger moment. And when we'll come back, we'll see what exactly this door has in store for us. So anyway, sit tight, and we'll be back in just a minute here. All right, and we are back here. So, jumping right back into things. Every member of the Moret here had hopped through this little portal, a gateway into Knitter Kaptet. Some might call the realm of Twilight. But let's start with Nesret here, as he was the first to enter into the chamber here. And as you cross through that threshold, the white light becomes a blinding sandstorm, the grains sort of rushing about you, battering your face, your limbs, and you kind of like struggle to see, kind of holding your hand out to try and peer through the blistering winds. And you see something in the sands here. A silhouette, a figure, a shade, perhaps. And it reminds you of Minervina, and it looks at you with a set of cold, dead eyes, its brows furrowing, glaring at you. And the eyes relent, relax, and the defeated shade begins to wander into the sandstorm and soon begins to disappear from your sight. And with that, the gravity of your action of killing Minervina has not been without consequence, shall we say, to Minervina was close to you in a sense. She, well, perhaps reminded you of your mortal days in some capacity, brought some flickering recollection of a life that you had once lived. And with her death, something else seems to die with you. Why don't you go ahead and give me... Let me see here. I believe this is a memory roll. Let's call this a gap. We'll do so I want you to roll 3 dice here.
Oh man, that first memory loss roll. 21 sessions in, and we finally get to do it.
So, three dice for Nesret.
1 success! He holds on to the tattered remains of his memory.
Yes. 3 successes. Or 3 dice, 1 success. You managed to hold on to your memory as it is threatened to be sort of cast adrift in these sands like the shade before you, but you managed to hold on to some scrap of it, despite this injustice that you've done upon yourself. And it leaves you to, or it leads you, rather, to, aptly, a different memory here. The sands begin to subsume you, and as you struggle to breach them, you find yourself lost in a memory of yours. And it's a dim recollection at first, and slowly, surely, it begins to develop into a sense of clarity here. And you find yourself back in your living days. Beside you is a hooded silhouette. Its robes are white and etched with golden thread sewn into eremite hieroglyphs. The two of you look upon your work, Nesret. You see it before you, this temple that your sorcerer priests had bid you to construct. And indeed, you have to their exacting designs. And as the last of the builders finish, the construction inside, polishing off the last stones, setting the last bricks into place beneath the temple here, you feel proud of your work, what you've accomplished. The figure next to you turns towards you. You don't see its face. Even in this memory, it is a blurred and distorted visage, but you can't help but wince under its gaze. But it is not punishment that you receive. The figure produces a chalice from beneath its fine robe, this ceramic cup. And with its other hand, it pulls a small flask and it pours the liquid into the cup and returns it to its rightful place. The priest extends its hand to you, offering you the cup. And its voice, seeming to almost worm its way into your mind, congratulates you. A job well done.
I'll take the cup.
And you take the cup. And it bids you to drink. A reward, it says, for your service.
Yo, the cup is poison.
I'll drink it.
You drink the liquid. It's uncomfortably bitter, but you don't dare disrespect this gift that you've been given, and you do your best to force the cold, almost syrupy liquid down your throat. And it goes down well enough, and you feel a slight tingling sensation in your stomach as the drink settles. And the priest turns back towards the builders, the men that you've led, that have followed your plan, well, their plan, to all its exacting details. These men that have been your hands, the vessel to achieve your vision. And as they set the last stones into place, the priest walks up to the door leading into this last chamber. And with a wave of its hand, the wall itself, the earth seems to buckle and bulge, and a wall begins to emerge, the earth kind of forming into bricks, into stones that begin to fill up the door into this chamber, the only means of egress and exit. And as the last few bricks begin to seal the chamber, you hear the men, your men, begin to rush to the door. You hear the dull, distant sound of them pounding on the brickwork, confused and trapped in the dark. And your priest turns towards you, and you begin to feel a bit numb. The priest takes a step towards you, and it says, "I must correct you, servant. This is not your temple. This is your tomb." And with that, your limbs grow numb, and you buckle under your own weight, and your last fleeting memories of this moment, staring into the eyes of the Shaniatu and hearing the screams and the pounding of your men interred alive in your tomb. Another memory, more recent, those screams, those poundings, they recall another memory, one that you had experienced already, that of the Hagia Sophia, as you watched it burn, your handiwork, the act that you performed, and you watching the original church burning, and hearing those screams, those poundings at the door, and another memory, different this time, new this time, but the sounds are the same, following that chain of recollection. The screams, this pounding, frantic, desperate escape, but with no hope of escape. But something's wrong. You're not on the outside this time. You're on the inside. And as you watch, you see these figures, these people pounding, banging, scratching, clawing at a door. A door that seems familiar to you, despite the mass of bodies arrayed against it. And why don't you give me a memory roll at this point? A single success. You know, or you recognize this door, this portal. These figures that are trying to escape. They're trying to flee your tomb. That's the door to your tomb. And you watch from the inside as they try to escape. But that's all that you get as the sands spit you out into the nightmare realm that is Netter Kertet. And on that note, as you begin to explore your surroundings, we're going to cut back to the others as they enter through the passageway here.
Oh boy, I hope I'm not assailed by any horrifying visions.
Well, we start with you, since you've mentioned it. Sesha, as you step through the passageway, you realize that Tomos isn't with you. You seem to be lost as well in this blistering sandstorm. And as you wander through the biting winds, you too become assailed with fragments of memories. A continuation for you, something that you dimly recall, that moment of you sitting upon a throne as the god queen that you are, that you were. But the throne room is different this time. There's no throngs of peasants throwing themselves at your feet. No no commoners coming to you with all of their woes and worries, pleading, begging with you for your divine intercession. Nay, your throne, your chamber is empty. A curious thing, you investigate, you leave the comfort, the sanctity of your divinely appointed throne to wander and see where your servants have gone. And as you walk through the empty halls and throw open the doors to your castle, your palace, you lay eyes upon your kingdom, and it knows despair. It crumbles. You see the results of famine, of pestilence, and your people suffering. Little hope for them. As your grand vision of your divine kingdom is now little more than an empire of ruin. And you wonder what might have caused this, or if there's anything you could have done to stop this. But it seems that it's not the end of your woes, of your worries. What is left of your kingdom rallies itself under your command. As someone comes for the throat of your throne, raiders with a woman leading them, a beautiful woman that you feel like you know, perhaps remember, but don't recall exactly. And you know, at the very least, that two of you share some connection, and that connection is enough to know that you despise her. You hate her for some reason. You're not sure why. But your power is dwindling, your kingdom dwindling, and their forces are fresh and eager. It posits you with a choice. Do you stage a hopeless defense of what you have built? Or do you turn your back on your kingdom and live to see another day?
Knowing Nixia said she wouldn't want her people to suffer needlessly, and rather than have them fight one last time for her and die for her, I think she goes for exile instead of and letting her kingdom or queendom or whatever fall to these ruthless invaders.
And with that, your vision recedes. And we go to Tomos, as he too enters into this blistering sandstorm and is assailed with a memory of his own. Yours as well, a continuation, I suppose. Familiar sight. The child that you'd witnessed the birth of. He's here, along with others that you feel some connection to, family, perhaps, friends. And you realize now the child is not yours, but the parents here. You feel a strong connection towards them. A brother, a sister, perhaps. You're not sure entirely. But it seems to posit you as an uncle, perhaps. A welcome thought. But an unwelcome thought enters your mind as the villagers here gather under this makeshift hut. The lot of you talking, discussing matters, and you only catch bits, snippets of the conversation, some of it too ethereal for you to make out from recollection alone. And you comfort the child, sort of in the corner of the room, listening to the others speak, trying to bring the child some measure of comfort as the villagers here discuss certain matters of the suffering that they endure, the conditions they labor under. And a word arises that you prickle at. Talk of revolt. Talk of rebellion. And a grim thought enters your mind as the parents of this child, your brother or sister, perhaps, voices their uncritical support of this notion. And you struggle with this development as you recall what it is that you are to do, Tomos. The guild that you have pledged your allegiance to, and the duties that your guild expects of you. That you are a member of the Markep, the secret police of the nameless empire of Irem, and you know what you must do. And you know what horrible fate awaits you should you let this rebellion, this revolt, slip unnoticed through your watchful gaze. And you're left with a very difficult, very uncomfortable position. Thomas, as you struggle in this memory, what do you do? Do you do as your guild demands of you and report of this talk of insurrection? Or do you keep your mouth shut, say nothing, and risk both your lives and this perhaps ill-conceived revolt against your masters? You are not confident of their odds. Let's just call that an understatement. Which duty speaks to Thomas more? The duty to your family, to your kin, to your friends, your clan or tribe, or the oaths that you swore to your guild, to the sorcerer priests, the Shan Iatu, that have elevated you above this rabble and entrusted you with these powers and responsibilities? Do you cleave to your family, or do you follow the will of your masters and reap the rewards?
I decide to do my duty and report the insurrection.
You choose the duty to your guild. You do what your masters have commanded of you, fearing their punishment, knowing their true strength. And you betray your family. Flash forward, and in the same hut, in the same village, as you speak to your family in this hut that you share, having this warm, pleasant conversation, speaking of the days that are to come once they throw the shackles of their oppressors off, and your clan, your tribe can be free once again, speaking of those warm days of a bright future for their child, for your nephew. You know what is to come, and your trained ears hear the advance of soldiers, the clinking of armor and spears, as the warriors, the army of Arem floods your village and puts it to the sword. And you shield your nephew's gaze as the soldiers burst into your hut, as they see you and your sibling. and their eyes seem to nod at, or they nod at you, their eyes meeting your gaze, and your sibling sees what transpires, and they curse you as you hold your nephew close, and the soldiers slaughter your kin. And with that act of betrayal, you two are deposited back out into the sandstorm and into the realm of Neterkertet. And each of you finds yourself in a strangely unfamiliar location. The sands give way to this strange realm here. The wind seems to scream with the distant voices of the damned. No sun shows in this roiling gray sky. A chalky, sandy grit blows everywhere, and it takes you a moment to realize that is not sand, but powdered bone. A sea of it seemingly as vast as the Sahara itself. Here, a femur juts out of the dust. There, wind and gravity slowly drag a cracked scapula down a dune of ivory white powder. Somehow, in defiance of the unnatural elements of this hellish realm, a road stretches out before you, neatly cobbled in the crowns of human skulls. Instinctively, you know that the road is the way pulling you towards the direction of the relic. And you see where this road takes you. A village, a settlement. Its ruined walls covered in a layer of sooty ash and powdered bone, and a seemingly endless, gentle shower of ash perpetually falling on this city. And as you adjust to the environment here, each of you spots the other. Nesret seems to be some distance down the path, while Tamos and Seshet, you seem to be deposited a bit further back. What do the three of you do?
Yeah, I guess I follow the path. Try to catch up with Nesret and see what's happening.
And indeed, the lot of you.
Yeah, I'll towards Nesret.
Okay, the lot of you managed to catch up to Nesret here, and close the distance as he treads this skeletal path towards this damned city. Do the three of you share any words as you join each other, or do you walk in solemn silence as you see where this road takes you?
I like silence. I'm voting for solemn silence.
I'm just headed towards the relic.
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Silence as well.
Oh.
Darkness and silence.
Yeah.
There was one thing I wanted to ask. Kind of a bit unrelated to the current experience, because I only reminded myself just a moment ago. When I took on Mervina's madness, would that count as an intense emotional experience that is novel to me?
Probably, yeah. I'll give it to you.
Okay, I just wanted to double check with that
I-
because
I'm-
that refills my entire ab pool there.
All right. I don't reckon you've probably absorbed someone's madness
People.
of being coming back from death after having been so summarily betrayed. Yeah. Well, nonetheless, the three of you make your way through what you can only presume to be some strange, shadowy reflection of the city of Akrotiri, covered in this ash here. And Bone, as you make your way into the city, you are spotted by some things that lurk in the dunes beyond the path. Feral ghosts or shades that seem to glance at the three of you, almost shining beacons in this grim place of death. One seems to gesture at you, unleashing an unearthly shriek from its gaping maw, the shade almost dropping onto all fours. Its corpus kind of hangs in grotesque tatters, and its slavering jaws kind of filled with teeth broken into jagged points. These feral ghosts or shades spot you and sort of scatter out back into the dunes as you stride into the city here and walk through its empty halls, walking through a place presumably once filled with life, now completely devoid of it. It's strangely familiar sensation. But you don't have long to focus on that, as the power seems to draw you in, and the skull-cobbled road seems to terminate. And something awaits you at its end, in the center of town here. There is a mound, and upon closer examination, as you near it, the item that you seek sits atop it. It is an ornate chest made of bleached bones, stretched over with mummified skin. And you see that the pile that it sits atop is no mere ash. You see it appears, rather, to be the casts, shall we say, molds of ash formed into vaguely humanoid silhouettes, frozen in time at the moment of death, all of them piled onto each other, this teeming mass of ashen death masks, shall we say, all of them reaching, grasping through each other, this teeming mass of bodies reaching towards the ashen reliquary.
Metal. We don't see anyone else here, do we?
As you gaze about, why don't each of you give me a perception roll with some composure?
Ooh, exceptional. I got 5 successes on 4 dice. That's how good I roll.
5 successes. Exceptional. So, and 3 successes for Nesret there on perception. And 3 for Thomas here. So, as you look about, trying to see, try to see what you can find here. Of the lot of you, you all manage to realize that you are not entirely alone here. You can see sort of furtive glances or darting silhouettes of creatures darting through these otherwise empty halls and buildings. And Seshet, you get the best image of these animalistic figures darting through here. You spy them for what they are. Jackal-headed Amcot darting through the streets. And from your impression, several of them. But your Sekhem here is strong. You are a shining beacon in this otherwise grim expanse of gray. And they seem skittish at your arrival here, observing you, but they seem to be perhaps biding their time.
We are not safe here. Let us move this reliquary to a safer place. And Chisette's gonna start moving towards the reliquary, but I imagine that a certain somebody has other plans.
So,
I set it on fire.
Huh?
Spend a pillar point, and I set it on fire.
So, Seshet, you begin making your way to claim the chest for yourself, the Ashen Reliquary. And as your hand reaches out towards it, the chest is suddenly set alight, a wild red flame that begins to consume
I think he said he set me on fire.
Nope.
Oh, you want the chest on fire?
He's setting the chest on fire.
You fool! You've doomed us all!
The
perhaps the worst mistake to potentially do.
Damos grabs Nesret by the collar and says, "Why did you do that?"
And as the chest burns, the bones and quite dry, mummified skin quite quickly catching alight, a bit of that madness, shall we say, glints through Seshet's mind. And you see more of these glimpses, as it were, and you recall that Minervina's ritual had mentioned that there's not just power in this relic, knowledge, secrets of lost Irem contained within. Secrets and knowledge that may now be lost forever.
Let's do it. I want to open the box.
That is unless...
I'm opening the box.
Save.
I panic. Box opening time. Let's go. 1,000 years a night. Let's do this.
And you reach out for the chest and set about to open it. And as you fling open the chest, your hands reaching into the fire here, take a point of aggravated damage as you
thanks for that, Xavier.
as you brave the flames and reach through them to try and save what secrets this chest might hold. Another memory flashes in your mind, Sachette, hearkening all the way back to the beginning, when you had first arose in that dreaded prison tomb. That mural, that mosaic set into the wall, and you realize now the part that you've had to play in this prophecy has come to fruition. And you
gotta love vague prophecies, don't ya?
Well,
I would like to.
yeah, Thomas.
You can finish the scene, but I would look the memory. But there was something I wanted to try to do. But just finish the memory.
What are you trying to do before we jump to the memory, or what are you hoping to accomplish?
Remember that little utterance I know, Shadow of Time? Unfortunately, my thing's not pulling up, so I can't read it, but,
I'll help you there.
Yeah, doesn't the second tier allow you to go back?
The second tier allows you to go back physically to a place in your timeline. It doesn't actually rewind time. So let's say that you had left your tomb during the day and you traveled across the city. You could use it to essentially revert your physical location to where you were at that point in time. But it is not a wind back the clock, unfortunately.
Yeah. Time mages and demons only, sorry.
Damn.
But nonetheless, Sachette, the prophecy
Worth a shot.
Worth a shot. Prophecy fulfilled. You
felt like I had an aspiration to open this chest.
You open the reliquary here, and you are met with a memory. However, it is not your own. You experience the memory of another. You are set in a line. Soldiers stand to your left, to your right. Iremite warriors wielding arms and armor forged of Iremite sorcery. You and others like you are being marched. You don't see where the road, or the path, I should say, ends. But you wait your turn in line as the slaves march slowly forward, shuffling ahead. You wonder what's happening, why they've gathered everyone, cleared out the homes, the villages, the craft houses, the soldiers marching into every residence, collecting the populace. You are not sure what is transpiring, but the line continues to shuffle forward, and you start to hear things from the room beyond. Groans, moans of pain, muffled gasps and shrieks. And you fear for what lies ahead as you and these others are ushered into this chamber here. And you see, finally, what end awaits you. The soldiers march you towards a figure you never imagined to see. Not quite a man, but a man's body upon which lies the head of an ibis, with robes that are filled with golden text that seems to shimmer and move within the fabric. And the soldier nudges you forward, and you step in front of it, and you see now what lies before you. A pit full of bodies, of men, of women, of children. And many of them still alive, writhing about in the pile that reeks now of blood and offal. And before you can fully realize what's happening to you, there's a sharp pricking sensation in your side, a sudden flash of heat, and you look down and see a dagger in your gut being held by the sorcerer priest. And with little ceremony, it yanks the dagger back out of you, and as you reel, seeing the blood now spilling from your abdomen, the soldier takes a hand and shoves you into the pile. You join the other bodies, or people, rather. For many here, like you, are still alive, slowly bleeding, and you watch as others, some of them your family, friends, people you knew, meeting the same fate, stabbed and tossed so casually aside into the pit. And still, you do not die. the bodies begin to build. One falls atop you, and then another, and then another. You feel numb, not just from the blood leaving your stomach, but from the weight of the bodies above you pressing down. You hear the moans and groans of the others like you, still alive, still trapped in this pit. And finally, the thumping of bodies stops. And with it, the last of the lights is extinguished, and they leave you to die in the dark. A slow death, as others like you cling to some semblance of life, in desperation, even lapping at the blood of others, trying to find some measure of sustenance as minutes turn to hours, into an eternity in the dark, until finally your light is extinguished. And with that, you come to. Nesra and Tomos, you see the box open, and Seshet seems kind of frozen in place for a moment. And at first, there's nothing. Just an open box. And then you feel it. A distant rumbling like thunder far beyond the horizon. The earth itself seems to shake, albeit briefly. And then there is silence. And
what's the structure of the relic? Is it doing well?
It's burning. It is quickly consumed in this.
Well, how, like, I want to know when a structure hits 0.
It's about to here.
Okay.
As the chest lies open and the rumbling ceases, the fire begins to consume the last bits of the chest here. And as it begins to crumple, something comes out of the chest. At first, a single, gaunt, emaciated arm begins to reach out in a sheer act of impossibility, like a magician pulling a rabbit from a hat. This arm begins to reach out of the reliquary and grasps on to the edge. And then another arm. Another arm, another arm, another arm, another arm. A mass begins to bulge and erupt out of the chest. An amalgamation of bloody, emaciated bodies fused together into some colossal, necrotic ooze that begins to work itself out of the reliquary. And as it does, the reliquary itself begins to crumble to little more than ash, as this amorphous sort of blob of bodies begins to coalesce. What do the lot of you do as Seshet here as well begins to come to her senses, reeling from this memory here?
I imagine she's more driven by the madness than actual sane logic.
And
Yeah,
and indeed, as you do with that madness, you can't help but see something familiar in this mass of bodies. But nonetheless, what about the rest of you guys? This
is the structure on the box?
the box is gone at this point.
Well, I wanted to cannibalize it.
Cannibalize the relic.
Oh yeah. You're if you want to brave the
100% what I'm doing. That's
so you rush to claim the Sahem from this relic as it is released from its destruction, alongside something else being released. And as you do, the bodies begin to shape themselves into a titan of flesh, shall we say, taking on this vaguely humanoid shape of all these mangled corpses stuck together. You brave this mass to suckle at the teat of this relic's Sahem. What is Seshet and Tamos doing as you see Nestor just like running in here to lap at the sweet Sahem juices, despite the very imminent and colossal danger forming in front of you?
Yeah. You said there was something familiar about this thing?
Yeah. Something very familiar. A very recent resemblance, shall we say. That, these bodies here
It's
seem...
the people from the pit!
Seem an awful lot like the people from the pit!
And then I realized how much fucking danger I'm in, and I stopped booking it.
And you start booking it back towards the portal here, following back on the path. Tamos, what are you doing? One's rushing in, one's rushing out.
You better thank me for this. I am
not
going
trying to be saved.
Huh?
You don't have to save me.
Well, I'm going to try something. I'm going to cast the third tier of my utterance. Where is it? Right of the sacred. No, sacred scarab.
Right of the sacred.
And I will unleash a horde of golden scarabs to try and, at the very least, distract, if not eat away at this mass of corpses. Even though I know it definitely won't really kill, but maybe it'll distract.
You get
Get
the
out.
Implication that it's more of a distraction than anything. You know, you've got a mass of scarabs, but you're dealing with a titan of flesh. It's gonna take them some time to eat through all of it. But yes, you unleash your glittering horde of scarabs here. Let's see here. Rightio. What and again, you're trying to use this as a distraction for you to like
Yes.
run
Bookie
as
on
well.
out.
What? To run, well, to run, but also maybe to see if I can pull Nesret.
Okay.
But if he doesn't know within the first few punches, I'm ditching him because I gave him a chance.
Yeah.
I mean, I will yell, Nesret, we need to go. This thing will destroy us. Forget the second. Get out.
How do you respond to that, Nesret? Do you pay him any mind, or are you already busy gobbling that Sahem? No heed for your own safety, not letting that sweet life juice go to waste.
Like a pig in an all-out buffet.
I feel like I'm being misinterpreted for what I'm doing. How much Secum? How long will it take me to drain the Secum?
It's 1 instant action for 1 dot.
Yeah, and there's 5 dots to be had here.
I gotta somehow survive 5 rounds.
You can actually burn Secum to heal yourself if you're that worried.
But what are you intending to do here? That's probably the better question. What's your plan? What are you getting at here?
I am fully going to cannibalize this relic because I promised I wasn't leaving this island. I am going to absolutely destroy this in the face of my judge.
Yeah.
And I don't care what happens to my character. This is my character's demise.
So
well, it's my final stand.
One of your demises.
Here's the thing. At this point, to clarify things, at this point the relic is destroyed. It is gone. It is crumbling ashes at this point. The Sechem that animated it still lingers. Now, there's no way to actually put that Sechem back into the relic. It is destroyed. You can't put it back in the box when there is no box to be had here. So if that is your goal, the reliquary, is destroyed. As far as you're aware, what opportunity awaits you at this moment, however, is, although it is not condoned by your judges, because all Sechem belongs to them and should be returned to them, you could, however, steal some of this Sechem to preserve your own existence, to buy you more time in this descent of yours.
I thought it was condoned by the judges.
No, they do not like when you eat relics. Relics belong to them.
Yeah.
Well, I guess my whole thing was I was kind of making my
final. It's so dangerous to just leave Sechem out like that. It could cause some really big problems.
That is...
If you really wanted to sacrifice yourself, getting rid of eating that Sechem is a good way of disposing of it safely-ish.
Yeah, I'm going to eat the Sechem because I have to make descent rolls for that, I believe.
Yeah, one for each
point.
Each point you want to eat.
Yeah.
So the others flee as you sit here and try and contain the Sechem.
As the other one's fleeing, I'll say I made a promise to Minervina. He doesn't know what it is.
I'm just gonna yell, bloody fool! But I'm gonna keep running. I'm not standing around anymore.
Fly, you fool!
It's your ass now.
Then this place shall be your grave. All right. So let's start eating this as this entity begins to coalesce before you, trying to prevent this Sechem from shall we say, finding alternative outlets for the energy. You're well you've got a fair dots in occult here. You're probably aware of the fact that broken relics tend to spawn Omkot. And the more potent the relic, the more potent the Omkot tends to be. But nonetheless, you're determined to erase not only this relic, but its Sachem. So, let's go ahead and eat it then. I think in this, let me double check the consumption rules for vessels here. So once the cannibalizing vessels, yes. So it's an instant action to drain a dot. And it provides you 1 second for each relic dot drained, and it is a descent check for each dot at your, I believe it's at the new value. But I'll double check that. Let me see here.
Yeah.
I think it's yeah. So let's see how much Secum you can actually pull out of this thing. And sounds like you're spending the full 5 rounds here. Yeah. Go ahead and give me.
We go into initiative?
Not in this case, not right now. This thing's taking some time to orient itself, to shape itself into the giant charnel titan it is becoming. So you're currently at 6. So why don't you give me a descent check at 7, and we'll start with the first.
I'm at 3.
No, you should be at Secum 6 right now.
No. I had a descent roll last session.
Yeah.
And my judge.
Yeah, you fell from 7 to 6.
I believe you only fall 1.
Yeah,
you only fall 1. Yeah.
Yeah, you
I
don't.
thought you fell more.
No, you don't fall per the number of successes. It's
I thought I fell per number of successes.
No. It's 1.
That would be horrifyingly fast.
Yeah, you bleeding energy.
So what do I do for a descent? For
you just roll your current second.
Yeah, so
just current second.
Yep, you absorb the first point, and then you make.
And it goes away.
And then
there's a small bonus that you kind of just freshly arriving at Secum 6, so
you do
kind of get it reset.
You do automatically get a reset.
Yeah.
And then I guess another roll at 6 again.
Well, wouldn't you gain another point and then have to roll again?
Yeah.
So you'd be rolling 7 dice. Wait.
Well, that's.
Let's just roll at the current second. That's fine.
Yeah.
We'll keep it going. So again, no, or 3 successes there. So another reset essentially. Why don't you go ahead and give me for the 3rd point as this titan begins to shape limbs and fingers and
holy crap!
heads.
He fails Secum 6.
Hey, you actually do manage to go up 1 on the 3rd attempt here. So on the 4th one, why don't you give me to be 7 dice this time?
Failed.
All right, and then another 7 for the last dot as you consume the last bit of the relic here.
Exceptional successes.
6 successes. So you only managed to get a single point of Sachem out of this relic, unfortunately, as the judges are quick to
really pissed at you.
Strip it of you. And it's not just that, it's a matter of your current level. It's a lot harder to build when you're already a demigod. There's only so much a single relic can add when you're already semi-divine. The lower you are, in Sachem, the more these relics buy you. But nonetheless, it's bought you a point and a lot of resets, technically. But it is at this time that Tomos and Seshet make their egress with, I'm presuming, Tomos here using his affinity to jury-rig the gateway once again.
Yeah.
And make your way back out of the realm.
Get the heck out of here.
Of the dead here. And with this, that leaves Nesret, who has fully cannibalized this relic, and to keep things, shall I say, similar, or without wasting too much time, you experience essentially the exact same vision that Seshet had received. You, as well, in the blink of an eye, experience this horrific, slow death in this act of mass sacrifice by your masters, before coming to your senses to see this fully formed titan just towering above you, this tangled mass of corpses. And you can see it's not perfect. You see little bits of limbs kind of sticking out, dangling like hairs on the arms. It's kind of this irregularly shaped mass that is almost continually shifting and adjusting itself. And it looks down at you, and you hear a chorus of maddened voices, muffled, echoing out of the amalgamation of bodies here. And the great titan here begins to raise its arms to bring its bulk down upon you. And then, through the gray of this sky, 2 red moons blaze through the death fog above you. And above them, above these moons, a set of tapered ears rise first, black sails with red veins for masts. The sky becomes filled with a face, a familiar face. The horizon is filled with the visage of a jackal. The great blazing red moons, its eyes, its fangs and after image of lightning, its body blocking out the sky, clouds gliding across its muscles. A 7-fingered hand descends to close around this titan, and in its grasp crushes them. And like an ooze, the bodies go flying, these scattered corpses, these souls, these shades, these whatever you wish to call them, scatter into a mass strewn across the desert here. And they scatter, these shards of ghosts skittering out into the dunes, fleeing from this great and terrible figure before you. And these red eyes glare down at you, Nesret, burning with an unmatched intensity. And it speaks to you, but not in words. It is a voice that appears in your head and forces you to listen. The voice, familiar now. You know what creature stands before you, nay, what god stands before you. The Egyptians called him Anubis, but your people called him Anpu, the lord of this dread realm of Neterkertet. And it is displeased. The god, its voice like thunder rumbling through your skull, utters a proclamation. You know not what you have unleashed, unwitting servant of the judges.
I did try to stop her.
I said we're gonna move the chest, not open it.
But you opened it. So.
Yeah, but I had to.
Yes, because you set it on fire.
Shouldn't have to open it.
The god addresses you again before you can even stammer a response to it. I sent you warnings. You did not heed them. And here we are.
I guess I'll probably just stand in silence too. There's probably not much I can say. I've accepted my fate.
You know not the mess you have unleashed, servant. But you shall be the one to rectify this. You will silence their voices, or you will know the true meaning of suffering. And it reaches its shadowed, seven-fingered hand, and it traces the gateway before you with one of its claws. And it says, "Go. You do not belong in this realm. Not now. Not yet. But we shall see each other soon. As we always have, and as always will be, eternal servant of the judges."
I guess I'll leave.
No parting words for Anpu. You take the first chance as the opener of the way opens. the way for you, and you are deposited back out into the world, knowing not what you have done. And with that, the lot of you emerge from that realm and find yourselves back out in the cave. Sachet and Tamos emerging first, followed a few moments later by Nesret. However, there's something concerning to the lot of you. The cave here is empty. There's no Father John, no Mao waiting for you. Just the silence of the cave. And the greasy ash stain where Minervina once died. She too missing. I mean, she had left before, but no one waits for you in the chamber here. A eerie silence has fallen over this place.
I pop my head out, I guess. The hole in the ground.
Yeah. You take a few steps towards the opening of the chamber and peek out to the sunlit realms, to the island of Thera. And there are faces to greet you out here. Some familiar, some less so. You see Father John, Minervina, and Mao. They stand together, and yet there is a large burned man that stands behind them, a sword pressed against them. Another figure stands outside waiting, a masked man, and beside him, a woman. A beautiful, strong woman, black hair, and as your eyes sort of adjust, you see her eyes for a split second glint almost green and reptilian, and you can see even beneath the sort of voluminous folds of her dress, her limbs seem ever so slightly crooked, as if they'd been broken and healed without being set correctly. How do you respond, or do you wait for the crowd gathered outside to address you as you, or I guess peek out through the cave here?
Yeah, I guess I looked down in the hole like one last time before I retake in my surroundings. And I guess yeah, the woman with the broken arms. I look at her and I say, "You must be the Crocodile Queen."
That is a title that some call me, yes. But that is not who I am. No more, no less than you are the Queen of Ma'at. And at this point, aside from the immediate surroundings, something else gives you pause, Seshet, as you emerge out of the chamber here to address this woman. The sky, it's different than what you remember. There's no clear island blue, but instead a strange gray, ashen pallor coats the sky above, the sun shining faintly through this miasma. A death pallor seemingly cast over the world itself. Talos Nestret, how are you guys reacting as you emerge from the cave here, or emerge from the portal, and you hear this conversation taking place? Do the lot of you also venture out, or do you kind of wait in the cave and see what Seshet is doing?
I am drawing my daggers and venturing out.
I'll walk out.
And everyone walks out, leaving a curious little meet and greet here on this ancient graveyard.
How does Nestret react to Minerva being still alive?
Yeah, Nestret, you happen to see Minervina, who is being held at sword point by a man that you also burned to death.
You need to get better at killing people with that power.
That's pathetic.
Which Tamos would also recognize as well.
Go ahead, but I got a comment about the burn.
I mean, my reaction is going to immediately launch into an attack. That would be Nestret's. Nestret's pissed off.
And Tamos, what were you intending to do, or you had a comment to add?
Well, looking at the burned man, I will, in utter shock, just yell, "How are you still alive?"
And as far as launching an attack, Tamos, how are you intending to attack here?
You're talking about me?
Or sorry, Nestret. Yeah, sorry.
Attacked yet.
I wanted to restrict him, so I was gonna use smoke and revelations.
All right. So
because I could bind people with that, so that would have been.
Yeah. So again,
Revelations of smoke and flame. Yeah.
The burn man here, the soldier, he again has the pair of your cultists and Mao at the sword pressed against them here.
Who would hold a cat hostage? Jesus.
Yeah. Mao's just kind of sitting beneath them, but I shouldn't say confused, but just watching all of this unfold. And as you begin to form the words of your utterance, Nesret, the woman speaks. This crocodile queen, and she simply kind of raises a hand, and she says, "Let's not be too hasty." And she extends this hand towards the burned man with the sword, and she says, "I can see you are uncomfortable. And let's see if we can't make you a bit more amenable to conversation." And she snaps, and the soldier proceeds to pull the sword away from Minervina. The imminent danger to her newly restored life seemed to be put at bay, and she simply says, "It's the smallest grace I'm willing to extend, considering what you've done for me."
What do you mean by that? What have we done for you?
I'll interject and I'll say you opened a fucking box.
No, but I want to hear what she has to say.
Well, Nesret will tell you.
You did exactly as I needed you to do. That fool, Sebhechet, he isn't so... He's too obsessed in his own games to have taken the bait, as it were. But...
Shit, can I make a memory roll for that?
Yeah. Go ahead and make a memory roll.
I haven't heard that name.
No.
One success.
A single success. The pieces click together, and the name does sound familiar. A name that you remembered whispered to you back, and that memory that you had experienced some time ago of your last lifetime in the kingdom of Assyria alongside the White Jackal, or in a otherwise tender moment of vulnerability, revealed his true name to you, Sebhechet. Presumably when you were closer, perhaps.
Ah. Wonder what happened.
But yes, the two click together that she is indeed referring to the White Jackal.
You wanted this, and I point at the well, it was a graying dark sky, was it?
Yeah, the ashen pallor that seemed to be cast over the skies. And the crocodile queen responds, "This," gesturing above her is a means to an end.
Yeah, someone keep her talking. Yeah, and what end would that be?
The destruction of your little experiment. The grand design that fool has been constructing, and you have been aiding and abetting, even if you don't realize it. I forgot. You never were. Well, I take that back. You weren't exactly. You, pointing at Nesret, weren't exactly curious. But this one, well, let's just say I was always the smart one.
Damn, that's a low blow.
You had your looks.
I'm getting something like there's like some like sort of like long-term like relationship between me and her. Like, can I make another memory roll here?
Yeah. Go ahead and give me another memory roll while we're at it.
Yeah, let's see. Ooh, I got 3 successes.
3 successes.
Always had my looks. She was the smarter one. What the hell is she going on about?
Yeah. So, 3 successes, 3 dice. There's an uncomfortable sort of realization that happens to you here as fragments come back to you. You don't recognize the face, the form before you, but there's something about the way that she speaks that seems eerily familiar to you. A deep sense of nostalgia, perhaps? And you can't help but think that you've heard this voice before. You know it from somewhere. And you don't recall, say, the context in its entirety, but you know that this woman before you, you feel like you knew her at some point, that you knew her deeply for such a memory to be, triggered at such a brief conversation. And you hazard a guess that you had some sort of relationship at some point. But what she is to you is unclear. But as your thought even considers, or as your brain considers the thought of an amiable relationship with this woman, that for her to be speaking, this way, and these strange feelings bubbling to the surface, that doesn't seem to be possible.
Oh.
As that force is countermanded by the weight of your judge. as it screams nothing but ire for this thing, for this creature, for this monster before you. It has no friendly words to say to it, or even desires for you to share with it. It holds nothing but a raw antipathy for this thing before you, a seething hatred and distaste for what you presume to be this lifeless creature, this Shuang-Sen. It's the same experience you had when you had spoke to the Amkat in that prison tomb. The same sensation that there's nothing but enmity that should be had here, that no friendly words should be spoken, but save for the edicts of your judge. Save for a sentence. Save for sending this creature back to where it belongs.
Yeah, it's just that's like posture kind of like changes when like her judge is like, "Yo, enemy time, let's fight," right? Before like yeah, her posture like changes a bit, something a little bit more aggressive, and she gets one question out. Why are we enemies? What have you done?
Why are we enemies? It's because of the choices that you made. Because, or rather, the choices that you didn't make. And there is a venom in that last line there. And why don't you give me a wits and empathy roll as you do?
I'm gonna read your thoughts.
And this will be contested, or not contested. We'll do resisted. And
resisted.
let's see here. -4.
-4. I got this. 2 successes. She's like an open book to me.
2 successes. There's a venom in that.
Maybe
last
that like
line
that emotional tie just makes it just a little bit easier.
Yeah. And with that last line, there's something more to this than the eternal sort of conflict between the deathless and the lifeless. There's a personal element to this, a pain not born of indiscriminate suffering, but the pain of someone who's been hurt by someone that they perhaps once trusted or once cared for, a venom that only arises from perhaps a trust betrayed. But when would you ever have any such relation with such a creature?
I can't recall ever like wanting to, talk to one of these things in any friendly fashion.
I mean, yeah, you've got your judge like screaming in your head, essentially, that this thing isn't to be trusted.
Monster.
It's to be put to death.
It's feeding me lies. Yeah.
It's lying to you. It's what they do. And yet, you are a scholar. You're a scribe the Seshahebsu. And does this thing have anything pertinent to say? Does it know something that you don't? Is that a bridge you're willing to cross?
Oh man. Yeah. What Nethred and Tomo is doing?
Yeah, let's get to you guys.
I've been talking a while.
Do you guys have anything to say, whether it's to the queen here, or to the masked man, or the burned fellow standing behind your cultists?
Be the line, Trevor.
There's only one thing I want to do, and it's gonna be taking action. But I don't. My character doesn't have anything to say.
Okay.
What about you, Charlie?
One more time.
What's Tomos doing?
No, okay. So I said to the masked man that he's a dead man walking, and I'm going to kill him with my bare hands.
Okay.
After that, I will do something, but I want to wait for Nethred to finish.
All right. So you make the claim that this that you're gonna kill the masked man with your bare hands, and the mask kind of cocks a bit to the side as it ponders your statement, and the crocodile queen here kind of pauses her conversation, and she simply nods to the masked man, and he takes a single step towards you, and he says, "And why would that be?" What reason do you have to seek my death?
I gesture to the.
Entertain me.
I gesture to the burns on my arms and say, "You caused pain to me. I do not like that."
Do not speak to me of pain. I have endured more than you can imagine.
Then I'll put you out of your misery.
You. Everything you've done. I cannot. I can only imagine the pain, or the pleasure that you have experienced throughout the ages. All the lifetimes you've lived, all the lives that you've broken. I cannot give your existence balance through pain because, well, I can't inflict enough of it, but, oh, I will try. For you, I think I will flay the skin from your flesh and the flesh from your bones and scrape your bones dry, and still you will have not suffered enough for what you've done.
I cordially invite you to try.
And he pulls off the mask and reveals a Persian man, perhaps in his mid-30s. There's a scar kind of running down his face, a jagged thing. And he looks you in the eyes for the first time. And he says, Do you even remember me? Do you even remember the pain that you have caused? Give me a memory roll.
Because I've had so much success release.
If you roll no successes, you have to quote Thanos here, alright?
Alright.
Ah, two
Two
successes.
Successes.
Wow.
You know this man, although he's a bit older than the last time you met him. He was once your spy master, once the highest member of your cult, the closest to you.
We found the traitor!
And as you do, you struggle to recall why there's this enmity, this hatred, what could have precipitated this betrayal of this figure here. The man that very well may have slaughtered the rest of your cultists and your Moret's cultists. The man responsible for all this pain and suffering. And yet you don't recall a reason why he should hate you. Why he would do such a thing. You always seemed so close. And in fact, you remember him for more than that. Yes, it comes back to you. You had known him when he was a child. His family had been in your cult. A generational member. And as this happens, Feridun here sees the recollection in your eyes. And he says, you do. Your gods haven't seen fit to strip that little memory from you yet. Do you remember? Do you remember my father? And indeed, you do remember his father. The face, the similarities, they're there. And another memory of yours comes back to the fore, one that you'd experienced during your time in this descent. The memory that you first had upon waking of you stalking the dunes of Persia, your blade in hand in the night, coming as your judge demanded to kill a man that was close to you, that you trusted, and he trusted you. You realize now that man, the man that you now remembered, that you murdered on the orders of your judge, is the one and the same as this man's father. Another member, the inner circle of your cult. And you come to see those demons' words. Oh, that fiend, once again kind of echoing in your mind. There's always someone that holds betrayal in their heart, those that have been betrayed and will betray in turn. And if it wasn't obvious enough, Faradun sort of looks at you and he kind of tries to judge your reaction to see what you recall, and he awaits your response.
There's an internet dropout here,
Kind of
folks.
with a look of just, yeah, okay. Just with a look of horror, just basically say,
Ooh, I think you cut out again.
Yeah.
what?
Great time for the internet to drop.
Yeah, right.
And the
You're
dramatic showdown.
Yes, you're
Oh, okay.
I can hear you right now, yeah. For the moment.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, yeah.
Yep, oh, you're good, yeah. You're good now.
Yeah, okay, I'll just say, I remember.
Oh, and
Oh my god. There we go.
and we cut out again.
I'm sorry, folks.
Yeah. All good. Oh, and now you're back in here. Third time's a charm. What do you have to say? Or were you asking a question? Or if it's easier to type it in chat, that's fine too.
We can narrate it.
All right. Well, in that case, since we seeming to be losing you here, or cutting in and out, let's do this. On that note, on that dramatic reveal, shall we say? Yeah. On that dramatic reveal, the Crocodile Queen has had enough of this diversion. She kind of cuts in gently, and she says, "As much as I adore this little family dispute, and, you know, Tamos here just kind of standing stunned at all of this revelation. The Crocodile Queen sort of looks at the lot of you here, and she says, "This is delectable." And you see her kind of run her tongue across a now strangely row of pointed teeth. But I really must be going. After all, I have an empire to bring to its knees. And I just needed you out of the picture for a while. And with that, the Crocodile Queen kind of snaps again. And a few more men, a few more cultists come emerging out of behind the rocky hills. And the Crocodile Queen says again, kind of turning towards Faradun, says, I hope you have fun. I'd love to stay and play, but I trust the lot of you can handle this. And turns back towards a lot of you, the Moret. And she says, to the three of you assembled here, it has been fun. It truly has. I'm sure we'll see each other again very soon. But I hope these people here can provide a suitable diversion for the lot of you. Oh, believe me, I've got something special in mind for you. Especially you. And that line, very pointed at Sachet. And she says, have fun killing each other, everyone. I have another body to steal. And with that, the Crocodile Queen collapses, the body now a ragdolled sort of corpse on the floor, leaving the lot of you in arms with the Crocodile Queen's cult. But who can kill who is a story for another day, for another time, as we end on another dramatic cliffhanger here. This will conclude the first season of Oceans of Eternity here. Just wanted to say a big thank you for everyone who has joined us on this chronicle thus far. I hope that you've enjoyed it, whether you've been with us since the start or whether you're just tuning in for this one. We sincerely appreciate your viewership, and we on behalf of everyone here, I imagine, a big thank you to all of you.
Thank you, everyone.
And yeah, and hopefully Oceans of Eternity will return here at some point in the future. We'll be going on a little bit of a hiatus here, as I am actually about to have my first child here coming soon. So things will be a little hectic in my life to be running a chronicle for at least the near future. So a little bit of a hiatus here, but hopefully we will return sooner rather than later and give you all the gripping conclusion to this tale that you all sincerely deserve. And
me, I deserve it the most.
yes, especially you guys for being with me on this whole ride thus far. And yeah, we hope that when we do eventually return to this chronicle, that you'll be there along with us. So I guess for that, stay tuned, and keep an eye on the Onyx Path schedule, and hopefully soon we'll be back on with season 2 here for everyone to enjoy. And again, thank you to my wonderful players here for being with me through this season here. I hope you guys have enjoyed the 21 sessions we've had thus far as this grand mystery has unfolded, and I've hoped there's been some answers to the burning questions that have troubled you, and I hope you guys have enjoyed the Chronicle thus far.
The only thing I have not gotten an answer is what the hell's the damn deal with that cat? Well, guess we'll have to tune in next time, folks. Whenever that is.
Yeah. Seeing what's going on there.
Next season.
Anyway, on that note, how are you guys doing? What's going on in your characters' heads for next season here? And just any final thoughts or parting messages about the Chronicle here, or for the people that have watched, your last little shout out here for the end of the season.
Is that confused? He's still kind of like dealing with the taking on another's like emotional state, especially when it's somebody else's madness. And now she's got like this reunion with this person that she doesn't even know. Apparently there's like some sort of closeness, which is impossible. I wouldn't be friends with a Shankusen. Like, that's just ridiculous. I wasn't imagining me being the cause of opening the chest, but it kind of made sense at the moment.
Especially with that madness, yeah. It all tied together nicely. That prophecy coming to fruition.
My better nature holding me back.
All right. Any parting words for the end of the season here?
Ooh.
Or any final
Bye,
thoughts
everyone.
on the campaign? Good enough for me. Prez Zavlus, what's going on with you guys, your characters, and any final thoughts or messages you'd like to share?
I don't know. Vibing. I guess Nesseret's frustrated and annoyed and angry.
And confused.
He has a whole lot of problems he doesn't want to think about. It's a feeling he can't ignore them.
Yeah. You got out of the yoke of one judge just to fall under the watchful gaze of another. Can't seem to escape those shackles now, can ya? Any last thoughts on the Chronicle, or any parting messages you'd like to share?
I mean, it comes when I wanted to. Oh, wow. I guess I don't have anything specific.
All right. And lastly for Prez, what's going on with you? What's going on with Tomos, and any final thoughts about the Chronicle, or any shout outs or anything you want to say before we wrap this up?
First of all, can you hear me?
He can hear you now. Yep.
Okay, good. Well, to say, Thomas is Lord. Definitely leaves a lot of questions for him, and how he wants to run his cults in the future. A lot to grip with that, in addition to having to deal with this familiar figure from his past. I'm pretty happy with how things have gone. I think the mystery's been great. The The game's been fun, so I've been really happy to be here. And just a parting thought, I can't wait to come back.
Well,
and do the skin.
Glad to hear it. All right. Well, thanks again to you guys. Lastly, some shout-outs for Onyx Path. Well, first of all, thanks to Onyx Path for having us for this chronicle here. Just very, very grateful to have had this opportunity.
Been an honor.
Yeah, to share it with all of you and to work alongside Onyx Path here. It's been great. Yeah, thanks to them. Thanks again to Tabletop Audio for the background music. And lastly, just some plugs for Onyx Path. They came from RPG Anthology, just wrapped up its fundraiser, and they managed to exceed their goal. So congratulations to everyone who supported that or was interested in that. And keep an eye on Onyx Path website for news for their next Kickstarter. And also, if a game like this interests you, or perhaps you want to get into one of Onyx Path other mini game lines, check out the Onyx Path Game Night, which is on the last Friday of the month every month. They tend to feature different game lines every time. And it's over at startplaying.games, so check that out if you want to try one of these games for yourself. Lastly, just some promotions, some sales going on. There's a Onyx Path con/anniversary bundle deal over at DriveThruRPG. They have another sale on books, dice, and screens over at Indie Press Revolution. And there's some digital bundles for Onyx Path stuff over at Roll20. So check those out if you're interested. And lastly, once again, thank you, everyone. Thank you, players. Just a big, sincere thank you from the bottom of my heart. And we hope to see you guys for Season 2 when that comes. So until then, sit tight, take care, and well, have a good one. See you guys later.